Do do do, do do do, do do do, do 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 do, boot doot do, do 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 do. Send me a text if you have audio. Do do do, you should have audio. I'm sending audio to you. Do 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 do. You should have audio and it should be fabulous. Fabulous. I'm going to chew on a pretzel while I'm talking to you, so stand by for noise. You should have audio now. Tell me you have audio. I guess I'm going to have to send you a text and ask you if you have audio. Because you're not talking to me. Good sound in room 1, running to room 2. Room 2, running to 2. You don't have to run. Running is nice, but not for old people. I'm so excited that everything is working well. Man, you are the best. All right, I'm going to turn this mic. Stop it. I got to mute my volume here on my phone. People are looking at me funny. Okay. Great. I'm going to turn this off for a few minutes and save the battery on it. And then you're all set. You won't have any audio for now. But you should be fine. Thank you, Bill. I'm going to probably walk out under the tree.
There's some seals over here. There's some seals. And there's this huge tree. And this is
today?
Say that they were going to go over it a little bit, or what we missed?
Oh yeah. Let me ask her.
Because I actually do better with if the presentation. If the presentation is going to be in here, I do better with actually being in.
do the lights. Lights are, that's a good one.
Let me go ahead and sit down. All right, let's see, y'all. Excuse me.
We're going to go ahead and get started. I think it does do a
No,
little
I don't
bit in
think
here.
so. No, he said no because I asked him. It sounds like it though.
Okay, I hope you can hear me in the breakout rooms. I just texted or tried to call you guys to let you know we're starting. Good news is, well, it looks like we don't have a bunch of overflow in here because both breakout rooms have great sound on the live stream if you need to be there or want to move. So just a couple of things before we get started. Snacks again are in the back room. We had some people bring some stuff. We have coffee for you back there and water as well. I want to bring, and I hope the breakout rooms can hear, but I'll go make sure their moderators know. I want to bring everyone back in here as soon as we finish with the keynote today, so sometime around noon is what I think we've got on the schedule, and talk about the afternoon before we dismiss for lunch. So for you guys in here, just be prepared. We're going to all circle around and be a big group for about 5 minutes, and then we're going to go to lunch. So if you didn't sign in, please do so because I'm going to take the sign-in sheets to the breakout rooms. I did tell people yesterday that they didn't have to come over here and sign in, that I would run over there after we got going today. So I'm going to take the breakout or the sign-in sheets with me, and I will put them out again after lunch so you can initial. I think that is all I wanted to say. So,
really? Okay.
Yeah,
Let's get started.
but thanks for your patience yesterday, and everything's working just as it should be today. So that's great. I'm looking forward to hearing the second part. Miss Summer, do you need to say anything or? Yeah, thanks for. I was like, there might be no one here today.
That's what I told my husband. I don't think they're coming back today.
Yeah, I said that too. So, okay, thank you.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Are we supposed to initial after lunch yesterday, or?
Did you not? Do you need that sheet back? I think I saw that everyone did.
So the question is that we need to initial after lunch. So in the breakout rooms, if you did not initial after your name, when you returned from lunch, make sure you see Tisha and do that.
So we'll just put that out after lunch today, and then we can sign back in and
So I just wanted to know if you wanted to discuss with him about what will happen after lunch. Are you going to discuss that and what their exit to be?
I'm afraid that they don't hear as well. So I thought I'll bring them all over here.
And just a reminder, breakout rooms, if you didn't hear what Tisha had shared at the conclusion of this morning, you will come over here to the main room for 5 minutes before going to lunch. He's giving me the thumbs up. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Good
We're
to
good?
go. I'm walking to the other.
Okay. Good morning. Oh, one more time. Good morning. Yay, breakout rooms. Did you say good morning? We can't hear them, so we don't know. All right, so I'm excited to be with you today, day 2, and this is where we're going to really roll up our sleeves and get dirty, so to say, because today is really about you working with your colleagues and diving into scenarios and brainstorming how you would approach the student that you're going to be given and look at. You're going to think about how would I meet the need of responsibility, relationship, and regulation with the scenario that you're going to go over. So before we get started this morning, I want to kind of share with you our format of the morning, because about half of our time this morning is going to be spent in small groups. Not the full chunk, an hour and a half or so, but I am planning on 30 minutes per R, so 30 minutes for relationship, 30 minutes for responsibility, 30 minutes for regulation, of you being in small groups. And you're going to be working, I want you to think about who's around you. You can go ahead and start thinking about this now. Elementary, middle, and high school is kind of how I want you to break off into your groups. So you want to find, if you teach elementary, you want to be with some other elementary folks so that you can go through the elementary scenario. And same thing for middle and high school. Now, I don't know off the top of my head exactly how many elementary, middle, and high school staff we have in our 3 rooms total, but you can kind of be thinking about that, who you do know. But don't feel bad. If you're an elementary teacher and you want to just go with the group of middle school teachers, you're still going to get benefit out of it. It's just the most benefit is going to be with the scenario that's related to your grade level. Does that make sense to everybody? So be thinking about that, but that is our plan. And so I'm not going to really have a lot of breaks before each of the 3R collaborative time. So during that collaborative time, because you're getting about a half hour to go through your scenario and read through the different tiers of interventions, when you come back is when we'll just kind of have like a passing period, if you will, like a 5-minute passing period. So in your groups, you will need to designate a timekeeper. I think that's really good organizational skills on our part. If one person in our groups could be the timekeeper and say, oh, we got to wrap up in 5 minutes because it's time to kind of go to our passing period to take care of our needs before coming back to the big group. Make sense? So we're good? So let's get started. The 3 new R's is where we're going to be today. If you want to reference your book, and again, I think there was a sheet yesterday to put your email on if you needed a book. If there was not that sheet, we will make sure that happens. So if you don't have a book, you will be getting one. No worries. I know that makes it kind of difficult when we're doing things, looking at things in the book, but that's why you're sitting near someone who has a book that you can look at. But make sure today your name gets on the list, and I'll remind Tisha we'll put a list at the back before lunch. Okay, so on your way out the door, put your name there. Yes, ma'am.
The list was, because I didn't get a book, it said put your name and your school. It said it didn't have your email.
Okay, name and school then. Then we'll go with that. Name and school. If you want to put your email, you can, but we'll go with that. So I'll make sure that that is at the back table here, especially since the other group from the breakout rooms, if anybody over there didn't get a book, they can also, when they come over, sign their name and school location. So our book begins, our page number, if I can go right to it, I didn't have it tabbed, is we're going to kind of lay the foundation for the 3 R's today. So it starts on page 65 if you want to just kind of earmark that. Again, I'm going to read a few things from the book this morning. But our 3, first of all, who remembers what are the 3 traditional R's? Right, reading, writing, and arithmetic. And so our new 3 R's, because if you remember yesterday, I shared with you that Kristen had mentioned just an aha moment is what I call it for me about Maslow before Bloom, right? And so that's why we have the 3 new R's, that relationship, responsibility, and regulation. And I think today, I hope today that you walk away looking at each of those 3 new R's kind of in a different way, because you've heard of those 3 R's, you know what relationship is, you have an idea of responsibility, what that is, and regulation, but I really like how she goes deeper into each of those R's and really gives us some tangible strategies on what they mean for our students. So let's go. To recap our first part here, building the nest yesterday. Do you guys feel like you walked away going, okay, that makes sense, right? This is important that we have to build our nest. We have to create that culture of safety. We have to understand our systems of meaning and how they impact everything that we do, not just in the classroom, but outside the classroom too. I know that one definitely challenged myself as well. And then looking at behavior, going a little bit deeper, the need versus what you're seeing in front of you. What you're seeing in front of you is saying, hey, I need something, can you help me, right? And it's usually kind of in the most unloving, disrupting way typically. And keeping with our quote of our 2 days, I love what Kristen says, create a safe nest for students so that they learn and thrive, and when they eventually fly, they soar, right? Very good. I want to share a video with you. I saw this is like hot off the presses. This was not part of my original presentation, but I saw it yesterday. You may have seen it as well. But I thought this speaks to everything we talked about yesterday and looking at the needs of our students and the relationship, why it's important. We're going to go deeper into that relationship today. But I want to share this story with you, and then we'll talk a little bit about it after we listen.
Teachers go above and beyond their students.
Okay, maybe. Here we go. Try this.
They do, but one math teacher is raising the rate higher, offering his student a home and a chance at much more. Dr. Franklin George here with that touching story, Doc.
It's really an incredible story, Karen and Jason. So this teacher is there for his students in and out of the classroom. After learning one of his 7th graders needed a stable home to stay on the kidney transplant list, he offered to adopt her.
If Happiness has a recipe for 13-year-old Damien,
the only ingredient he needs is a kitchen.
Just to eat something that I know that I made.
A self-proclaimed foodie.
I learned that the other day.
Because he's on a super strict diet.
I got diagnosed with FSGS, photosynthesis encephalopathy.
Which is the long way to say he needs a kidney transplant.
Because I'm on the list and not the top because I've been on dialysis for so long.
It's a second chance at life he only has because of Finn.
Who am I? So I teach 7th and 8th grade math at Axel Academy. I'm Damien's teacher.
The two met in August when school started.
One day he showed up and just said he wasn't going to be back anymore. And when I questioned him about that, he told me that he was going back to live in the hospital.
And it's not because he was too sick to stay at home.
Over the course of the years, I ended up in foster homes because of my medical needs.
So he's had to live in the hospital for months or years at a time.
Over that time, I started out going in to give him his work and just hang out with him a little bit and keep him caught up in the classroom.
And here's what Finn learned.
When you're living in the hospital, you're not able to be on the transplant list because folks who don't have stable housing are considered high risk for their organ to not work.
To get a kidney, Damien needed a home.
It just became really hard for me to look the other way.
And you can guess what happened next.
It's gone good. Like, I got my own room now.
Good, with a dash of weird.
It's been weird. Like, at first, he still called me Mister a lot.
A small sacrifice because Damien can now get a kidney any day during a new chapter.
We're planning on just staying together. Hope for adoption, probably.
For this new family.
And Damien actually got a call that a new kidney was available, but it turned out to be too damaged to use. They are hoping another organ will be available soon.
Story.
Yeah.
How's he going to do his homework all the time, too? He's going to tutor. Increase his grades.
All right. So here was a kiddo who was in foster care. His teacher didn't realize that or didn't know that, and then one day just comes in and the kid says, I'm leaving. I'm going to go to a different, I have to go to the hospital. And that's when he kind of found out all that other stuff that was going on. So that first piece really was an aha moment for me because I'm like, he really didn't know about his background. He didn't know that he was in foster care and that he had all these other trauma, if you will. And remember yesterday we talked about that. Sometimes we won't know that our students have some trauma going on. But the teacher had built a strong enough relationship with him that when he questioned him, well, why aren't you coming back? Right? He was able to kind of share, and then of course one thing led to another. Now I'm not suggesting we go and adopt all of our children, our students, right? No, and if we could, I know some of us would, absolutely. But we know that our students are experiencing so much, right? We talked a lot about that yesterday. And so I thought, what a perfect example where this teacher stepped in, where this child otherwise had no other adults, and he has also medical needs that need to be taken care of. So what a perfect example to look at. All right, let's go to our little reminder for today. Again, there is no comfort in growth and no growth in comfort. And we have to remember this, that when we are in that comfort zone, we're really not going to grow. And so this 2 days is just packed full of things that challenges our thinking. Who will be honest with me and raise your hand if yesterday some things kind of challenged what your typical train of thought is when dealing with students. Anybody? Was there anything? Thank you. There's one person that will say, yeah, there were some things that kind of challenged my thinking. So that is great. So let's get started with relationship. Relationship is so important, and the guru on Every Kid Needs a Champion and relationship is Rita Pearson. I love her. How many of you have seen this video before? Yep. How many of you can't get enough of this video? I could watch it every day. So I just want you to listen to what she has to say, because this kind of sets the tone for our morning.
Spent my entire life either at the schoolhouse, on the way to the schoolhouse, or talking about what happens in the schoolhouse. Both my parents were educators. My maternal grandparents were educators. And for the past 40 years, I've done the same thing. And so needless to say, over those years, I've had a chance to look at education reform from a lot of perspectives. Some of those reforms have been good, some of them have been not so good. And we know why kids drop out. We know why kids don't learn. It's either poverty, low attendance, negative peer influences. We know why. But one of the things that we never discuss, or we rarely discuss, is the value and importance of human connection. Relationships. James Comer says that no significant learning can occur without a significant relationship. George Washington Carver says all learning is understanding relationships. Everyone in this room has been affected by a teacher or an adult. For years, I have watched people teach. I have looked at the best and I've looked at some of the worst. A colleague said to me one time, they don't pay me to like the kids. They pay me to teach a lesson, the kids should learn it, I should teach it, they should learn it, case closed. Well, I said to her, you know, kids don't learn from people they don't like. She said, that's just a bunch of hooey. And I said to her, well, your year is going to be long and arduous, dear. Needless to say, it was. Some people think that you can either have an in you to build a relationship or you don't. I think Stephen Covey had the right idea. He said you ought to just throw in a few simple things, like seeking first to understand as opposed to being understood. Simple things like apologizing. You ever thought about that? Tell a kid you're sorry, they're in shock. I taught a lesson once on ratios. I'm not real good with math, but I was working on it. And I got back and looked at that teacher edition. I taught the whole lesson wrong. So I came back to class the next day and I said, look guys, I need to apologize. I taught the whole lesson wrong. I'm so sorry. They said, that's okay, Miss Pearson. You were so excited. We just let you go. I have had classes that were so low, so academically deficient that I cried. I wondered, how am I going to take this group in 9 months from where they are to where they need to be? And it was difficult. It was awfully hard. How do I raise the self-esteem of a child and his academic achievement at the same time? One year I came up with a bright idea. I told all my students, you were chosen to be in my class. Because I am the best teacher and you are the best students, they put us all together so we could show everybody else how to do it. One of the students said, really? I said, really? We have to show the other classes how to do it. So when we walk down the hall, people will notice us. So you can't make noise, you just have to strut. And I gave him a saying to say, I am somebody. I was somebody when I came. I'll be a better somebody when I leave. I am powerful and I am strong. I deserve the education that I get here. I have things to do, people to impress, and places to go. And they said, yeah. You say it long enough, it starts to be a part of you. questions. Student missed 18. I put a +2 on this paper and a big smiley face. He said, Miss Pearson, is this an F? I said, yes. He said, then why'd you put a smiley face? I said, because you on the road. You got 2 right, you didn't miss them all. I said, and when we review this, won't you do better? He said, yes, ma'am, I can do better. You see, -18 sucks all the life out of me. +2 said I ain't all bad. 4 years I watched my mother take the time at recess to review, go on home visits in the afternoon, buy combs and brushes and peanut butter and crackers to put in her desk drawer for kids that needed to eat, and a washcloth and some soap for the kids who didn't smell so good. See, it's hard to teach kids who stink. And kids can be cruel. And so she kept those things in her desk, and years later, after she retired, I watched some of those same kids come through and say to her, you know, Miss Walker, you made a difference in my life. You made it work for me. You made me feel like I was somebody when I knew at the bottom I wasn't. And I want you to just see what I've become. And when my mama died 2 years ago at 92, there were so many former students at her funeral. It brought tears to my eyes, not because she was gone, but because she left a legacy of relationships that could never disappear. Can we stand to have more relationships? Absolutely. Will you like all your children? Of course not. And you know your toughest kids are never absent. You won't like them all, and the tough ones show up for a reason. It's the connection, it's the relationships. And while you won't like them all, the key is they can never, ever know. So teachers become great actors and great actresses, and we come to work when we don't feel like it, and we listen to policy that doesn't make sense, and we teach anyway. We teach anyway because that's what we do. Teaching and learning should bring joy. How powerful would our world be if we had kids who were not afraid to take risks, who were not afraid to think, and who had a champion? Every child deserves a champion, an adult who will never give up on them, who understands the power of connection and insists that they become the best that they can possibly be. Is this job tough? You betcha. Oh God, you betcha. But it is not impossible. We can do this. We're educators. We're born to make a difference. Thank you so much.
So many good things in there, right? And she talks a lot about relationship, but in there you will hear, as we go through today, she talks about that responsibility, that regulation, gave so many good examples. I just love that video, and I challenge you, if you have one of those days, because we all have them, where we're just like, why am I even here? Why am I doing this? Put that on. Definitely will put you in a positive mood, in a different mood. All right, so let's get started with our 3 new R's, and relationship is where we're starting, but our definitions of each of these R's are up here on the board. We know our role has evolved in education. That's why we have the 3 new R's, because it's not only about reading, writing, and arithmetic, it's also about relationship, responsibility, and regulation. So when in regards to our students, our definition and why relationship is important and what it is, it's a meaningful connection with another human being. In particular, for students, it's a student's healthy enough and safe enough. I love how Kristen says that, healthy enough and safe enough relationship with a teacher. We have all kinds of relationships, right, in our lives, in our own personal lives. But are they healthy enough and safe enough? That's the key that we need to think about with our students. Responsibility incorporates a sense of self-worth, efficacy, and competence. Maybe you didn't think about those 3 words before when you think about responsibility, and we're going to go deeper into responsibility. A student with these characteristics can engage in the challenging business of learning and mastering the content in your classroom. So when a student feels like hey, I can do this. I might fail. I might have to redo it. I'm still going to have that sense of responsibility that I need to do this. And responsibility goes further than just checking off a box, completing a task, or just doing what we're supposed to do. And that's what I love about how Kristen shares that with us in regards to responsibility. And then regulation, the ability to take in things around you, hit that pause button before you respond. Being able to go, okay, how is that making me feel, right? And am I going to react and tear apart my teacher's classroom, or run out of the room, or punch my peer in the face, or say things I know I shouldn't say? Or am I going to have the ability to go, wow, that really makes me mad, and then be able to have a tool or a strategy, something that you can go to get you back to learning mode. Remember, it's Maslow before Bloom, right? The 3 new R's help us to frame intervention options. So relationship, responsibility, and regulation, those are our intervention options to meet those needs that we talked about yesterday. What were the 4 areas of need yesterday that we discussed? Do you remember them? Physical was one need. Emotional. We said physical, relationship, and the big one that takes us into, yes, control. Absolutely. And on that control piece, we know that's the one we typically see from our students, right? That they pull us into their tornado and off to Oz we go, as Kristen puts it in her first book. So we want to make sure that we're mindful, or what is the need that behavior is telling us? And then, of course, the 3 R's help us to look at the complex behavioral challenges, because they are complex. And like I said it yesterday, I wish I could give you all a magic wand to take with you into the start of your new school year, just to wave when, a child is disrupting the classroom and not learning, that you could just kind of snap them back into their learning mode. But there isn't a wand out there. There isn't a magic pill that we can give our students. And so we have to remember that. So the 3 new R's are all about returning to learning mode. If I were a teacher in the classroom this year, that would be a phrase that my students would know by the end of the school year. Are we in learning mode? Especially to teach that regulation piece. Hey, are you in learning mode right now? If you're not, what can we do to get to learning mode? I just love how she phrased that, and it's very relevant to students. Let's look at an example of learning mode. On page 66 at the very bottom, and then 67 is where we're going to read. This is an example that Kristen highlights about when she was consulting in a building and observing a kindergarten student. He was struggling with the start of the day, so she learned that this 5-year-old in kindergarten was living in a 2-bedroom apartment with 15 other people that did not speak English and had never been to school before. He would enter the classroom at the start of the day already in his downstairs brain and had a difficult time listening and following directions. His teacher was at her wit's end. I knew he was probably tired, overwhelmed by having to learn new rules in a language he didn't understand, and overstimulated because he never had any downtime to be alone. With the help of an interpreter, I taught him about his upstairs and downstairs brain and gave him hand signals he could use to share with his teacher so that she would know what he needed. We then created a morning ritual that allowed him to enter the class, grab a timer, go back to a table by himself, set the timer for 5 to 10 minutes, and put his head down and not be bothered during that time. When the timer went off, he would pop up and say, "I'm in my upstairs brain now," and join his teammates on the carpet. With this ritual, he would usually end up having a great day. This one regulation-focused intervention met 3 areas of need: emotional, physical, and control. So that is what the 3 new R's are intended to do. And if you think about that example, was that like rocket science, or was it something difficult or took a lot of effort on our part? We could manage that. We could sit, we could talk, we could empower and teach about the brain, and then give those tools, right? So that's just a very simple example for us to look at. How does that look helping our students get into learning mode? When we're implementing the 3 R's in our classroom, we have to partner with others to make sure that we are adhering to the 4 things up here I've listed. We have to make sure we're taking care of ourselves, right? Because if you don't take care of you, you are no good to anyone else. Think about on an airplane, that oxygen mask comes down, and who are you supposed to put it on first? Yourself. Why?
Teach you better for the other person.
Right. So you have to take care of your needs. Very, very important. It helps you to stay regulated in your upstairs brain. We also have to ensure that we're embracing a culture of safety, knowing that your primary responsibility when it comes to children is to ensure that they are safe and well cared for. Absolutely. When I was in the classroom, one of our things the leadership had us always think about is where are kids at and what are they doing, right? They need to know that we are watching, we are present, we are there, and we're keeping them safe. You're considering your own systems of meaning as well, kind of going back to a little bit from yesterday, knowing that your awareness of your own thoughts and beliefs will affect how you process your professional responsibilities. Check in with yourself. Maybe that drive to work or the drive home, you can have that little discussion with yourself and just kind of, how am I feeling? What's going on personally, professionally, and be in tune with what you're feeling, because that drives, right, what you do in your classroom. And then also shifting your focus from student behaviors to student needs, knowing that every behavior is at some level an expression of need. So just that reminder for us today. Another component, before we get into the 3 R's, Kristen outlines in her book at the beginning kind of part 2, empathy. And so I share this book with you up there in the corner because it's an excellent book on strategies if you need strategies, but a lot of people think that empathy is something that is just you have it or you don't. It's genetic or it's just part of who you are, but really you can build empathy. It's amazing. And so this book gets into the whole, the nitty gritty and the weeds of building empathy, and it's an amazing, amazing book. I actually presented on this book in May at a state level conference, and I was just blown away. I walked away learning so much from that experience. But there are 2 things our students need to be successful in life. Academics, definitely, so right, the traditional 3 R's, reading, writing, arithmetic, and then empathy. When our students can truly relate to how others are feeling, they can have a deeper understanding and compassion towards others. Empathy is critical to success. And Kristen makes a great point that empathy is lacking in education. We're kind of almost forgetting that, hey, these are kids coming in. They've been on the planet for just a few short years, and we're expecting that they have skills that they don't have for X, Y, reason. So we need to remember that, hey, we've got to give them some grace and some credit that we're helping them build their skills. We can't always expect that they know how to be or how to act or how to have empathy. The skill of empathy can allow us and our students to achieve their ultimate success. And we aren't going to spend a lot of time on this piece, but I just want you to know that there's a ton of resources on how you can do that because it is a learnable trait, most definitely. And in Kristen's book, and I didn't want to spend a lot of time on it, she does give you a couple ideas and she kind of goes into that before we get into part 2. Whoops. So how does empathy connect with the 3 new R's? Right from her book, she says, helping students attune and empathize with others, build stronger relationships, right? Because there's that understanding, so you are connecting on a deeper level. That in turn helps them cultivate their own sense of responsibility. If you're in tune with another person's feeling, if they're feeling sad, you almost feel like, well, what could I do to help them, right? And then empathy, when focused internally, aids in that process of regulation. Like, I'm mad that maybe I didn't get to have my preferred snack, but hey, at least I get a snack, right? Because I realize there's other people that don't get a snack. So that's just a simple example. But that is how empathy connects to our new 3 R's. I want to share a story from the first book that Kristen wrote, and she talks a little bit about it in this book and references it as we get into these new ways of looking at how we can intervene on our students' behalf or for them or with them. So imagine for a moment that you are going to go to a cabin this weekend, okay? And you get to this cabin, you're so excited, you're going to meet up with some longtime friends, and you just can't wait. You're going to have a lot of things to do. And I want actually everybody, if you feel comfortable, close your eyes and kind of really imagine that you're there. So you're at this cabin and you go in and you're looking around and you're the first one to arrive. And all of a sudden the door shuts behind you. And this like magical lock appears on the door and you are now locked in this cabin. And you're like, oh no, how am I gonna get out of this cabin? What am I going to do? And you start pulling on the door and yanking it and probably kicking it and probably cussing at it. or spitting at it, whatever it might be. You're starting to really get into your downstairs brain. And you feel trapped and you don't know what to do. And so you go sit on the couch for a minute and you look at the door as if like it might magically open. You're like, how am I going to get out? So you walk up again, try again, pulling, tugging, banging on it. We're gonna imagine you don't have a cell phone, no reception, right? You go sit on the couch and then all of a sudden you look around the cabin and you realize that next to the door is a window. You can open your eyes. That window you can climb through, you can get out of that cabin and be free, right? So think about that. What was the focus when you're in that cabin? Is I can't get out of this door. The door is locked. What do I do now? Oh no, oh no. And you just keep trying it as if like it's going to magically open, right? What's the definition of insanity? Doing the same thing over and over, expecting a different result? Well, sometimes we can get into that mode in our classrooms that we think, gosh, this just isn't working. What's gonna happen? And we forget to explore windows. So today, with relationship, responsibility, and regulation, they're your windows. So we're gonna explore different windows, different options, and be able to help our students grow and succeed and soar eventually when they fly out of our nest, right? So as we go through the 3 R's, I shared with you already, you're gonna do some collaborative work today. And so what's awesome is that in this book, it's a valuable resource. You're going to get Tier 1 supports. What does it look like? Tier 2 supports, Tier 3 supports, and you're also gonna get to practice at your level, whatever grade level that you're teaching at, elementary, middle, and high school. So we'll get into that. But just a reminder, with our Tier 1 supports, those are universal, right? Everybody is getting those, whole class or whole school, that students can expect those supports. Tier 2 is when they start to bubble up from Tier 1. They're really not making a lot of gains. And we're thinking in terms too of behavioral, not just academic. So they might need some more Tier 2 supports. But the goal is, if they're at Tier 2, are they always going to stay at Tier 2? Is it an automatic pathway to Tier 3? Nope. But the goal is to get them back to Tier 1. And so that's what we need to keep in mind. And also the other piece is that Tier 2, you also need to still be implementing Tier 1, right? That doesn't go away because we're at Tier 2. And then it's the same thing for Tier 3. And we know that Tier 3 is the top, the most critical students that we really need to figure out some interventions for them to see if we can help them make those academic or behavior gains so that we don't go beyond that. So relationship, 3 things in human life are important. The first is to be kind, the second is to be kind, and the third is to be kind. And that is what Kristen opens up with this chapter. A human need we all possess, right? Relationships. Remember Maslow, our need for connection? The need to connect is crucial to the body's ability to feel safe and regulate. We need these connections with each other. When we feel safe, we can learn. When we feel safe, we can do our jobs. When we feel safe, we can go about our schedule and our days and accomplish the things we need to accomplish. We tend to underestimate, though, that power of connection and how it can add value in our education, in our classrooms. Relationships, though, some people hear that and think, oh, you want me to become best friends with my students? No, you have plenty of friends and so do they. You don't need to become best friends with your students and lower those expectations. But it's providing that healthy enough, safe enough environment so that they can connect and feel empowered to learn. Remember, going back to yesterday, when kids feel safe, right? They feel like they can ask questions without judgment, get the support that they need, get their needs met. Sometimes we cannot take for granted or think that students automatically know that we care, though. Sometimes, oh, they know I care. Well, sometimes we need to show them. Just like we're the same way, right? Sometimes we do need to, we all have a love language, if you will, and so sometimes we need to know and have some messages in our love language that, hey, someone cares about us. So the power of 7 seconds. I love this first Pete's practice that we're going to read on page 78. He talks about the power of 7 seconds. Well, first of all, I'm going to have you do what he talks about in here. Count to 7 for me real quick in unison. 1,
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Well, that didn't take very long, right? Very easy, done, that was quick. How much do you think that you can get done in 7 seconds? Not a whole lot, right? Maybe not. But if your first response, Pete says, is not much, I'm going to ask you to reassess the value of 7 seconds. No fewer than a dozen times has the difference between the winner and the runner-up in the Boston Marathon been decided by fewer than 7 seconds. If you've ever stood and greeted students at the bus, at the drop-off line, at the front entrance, in the hallways, or at the classroom door, you know what a powerful allocation of time 7 seconds can be. What can we accomplish in 7 seconds? We can greet our students by name, look them in the eyes, smile, and pay them a compliment. We can gauge their mood, capture their attention, acknowledge their presence, and make them feel welcome. We can notice whom they're with, assess their energy level, make them feel loved, and offer a hug, a high five, a handshake, or a fist bump. In a vast hallway running the gauntlet from classroom to classroom, 7 seconds can be an eternity to a child. We as adults have the power and the obligation to positively influence those experiences. And it's the first 7 seconds that matter the most. How we greet our students when we first see them, our facial expressions, words, gestures, tone of voice, contact, level of enthusiasm, those things matter. One of my favorite challenges I set myself as a school principal was to greet as many students or as kids as possible every morning as they filtered by me in the hallways. I paid attention to haircuts, shoes, eye color, smile, frequency, backpack bulk, and any other little detail I could glean about a child so that I could try to say something specific to each individual. I wasn't always successful, but I believe the effort was well worth it. I used those interactions to bring some positivity, safety, love, and grace into every student's day right off the bat. In one circumstance, the simple approach yielded life-altering results. A staff member came to me after school one day and informed me that one of her students had decided not to attempt suicide despite feeling lonely and hurt and helpless because of a quick, seemingly mundane interaction she and I had shared in the hallway the previous morning. Evidently, that greeting, that smile, and that connection had prompted her to think that she was worthy, noticed, and real, that she mattered. And of course, she mattered. She just needed someone to show her that truth. 7 seconds, not much of an investment for such a remarkable return, right? So for that girl, 7 seconds made the difference for her, life or death. And so if we think about that, we've seen those videos on Facebook around, having a secret handshake or a special handshake with your students. We've seen the videos like in elementary classes, they have the different types of handshakes, and so they get to choose every morning and they can pass if they want, because that's the other thing too we have to keep in mind is that not all of our students feel comfortable yet at making those connections. So with that said, let's go to strategy 1. How do we build relationships? First of all, do I have any humans in here? Raise your hand if you're a human. Or should I be concerned? We are near military base. No, I'm joking. Okay, so what's in a name? Another strategy. What's a name? How many of you can memorize all of your students' names? You have them down pat in like 2 days, first 2 days of school. Okay, first week of school. Yeah? I envy you because it's like, takes me the first couple weeks to memorize their names and put their faces and all of that. Maybe that's because I taught high school, but anyway, we know that we're human, and relationship 101 is we need to be human. It's okay. Just like Rita said, have you ever apologized to a student? They're in shock. They really are in shock. They're like, what? Life is messy. It's crazy. It's awesome and it's amazing all at once. And we have to remember that our students are human too. They're experiencing life just like we are. It might be different experiences, different things that are going on in different environments, but they are human as well. So let's talk about what's in a name. Have you ever been on the phone with someone and you say your name at the beginning, like let's say it's customer service, and then when they go to hang up, they say, oh, thank you, Lori, for calling in today. Hope you have a great day. And you're like, oh, they remembered my name after this whole conversation we had, and I might have shared my displeasure about something, right? And they still call, and like, oh, okay, that's nice. Or somebody picks up the phone and says, well, hey, James, how are you? And you're like, oh, how'd you know it was me? So Kristen shares a great story about her daughter. They went to Disneyland one time, and of course her daughter got to meet all the princesses. How many of you have had that experience with your children or grandchildren before, where you go and have dinner with the characters or the princesses? And so she got to meet Princess Aurora from Sleeping Beauty. And she goes in and she's just having a great time, and Princess Aurora is just so in tune with her and just you know, talking with her and everything. And then day 2 happens, and now it's time to meet Ariel. So she's so excited, and she's 4 years old, little Caitlin. She walks up to Ariel, and Ariel's like, "Oh, Caitlin, it's so nice to see you today." And she said her daughter turned around and looked at her like, "How does she know my name? I've never met her before." Well, little did Caitlin know that it was the same princess from the day before, but she didn't know that. But that just captures how important a name is. Really being intentional with calling our students by their name and talking with them in a positive light. So it is very, very powerful. And if you don't know how powerful that is, I encourage you to try when you're talking with your students to really use their names positive and not, you know, sometimes, you know, the old joke about when mom says all 3 names, your first, middle, and last name, you know what? You're in trouble, right? So we know there's power in your name. So we also need to think about it, though, in a positive light, too, making that deeper connection, that relationship connection. As we establish relationships, some things we need to remember is that although we have this need to connect, not everyone is comfortable with relationships. They can't trust them. Relationships has been the context for them that trauma has happened. And so they don't trust anybody. So even though we all have this human need, we're not all there ready to cultivate a healthy relationship. So have some patience. If a student resists your connection, it's not personal, right? It might go back to that trauma piece that has negatively impacted their connections. Authentic relationships take time. It doesn't happen overnight. You might have a student that all year you work on having a relationship with, and you just can't make that connection until maybe something happens the last week of school. That's okay. It's not you, right? So again, we can't take it personal. And then have patience in providing opportunities for students to build safe and positive connections with us. And again, maybe just like I talked about yesterday, maybe you represent someone in that student's life that they've just had a really hard time with. So try to find someone they can connect with. Try to find a caring adult that they can build that positive, healthy relationship with. So how do I know if a student has an unmet relationship need? How would you gauge this, right? We talked about need sleuthing yesterday. So Kristen's asked this question a lot, and she says sometimes it's difficult to recognize, but here are a few examples that could maybe be saying, hey, I need to build relationship. Students require you to be in close proximity to them. So maybe you have that student that they always want you to be near them, right? Maybe a student seeks you out often, anywhere you are. Maybe it's a student that you only see for a few minutes a day, but it seems like all the time they're wanting to come and find you and seek you out. Maybe the student displays dramatic mood swings, right? That could also be an indicator that they have an unmet relationship need. Maybe the student thrives from simple touch, maybe just a pat on the back or a high five or a side hug, or just like knowing that you're there, and so they thrive on that. And then uses personal keywords like I hate you, or you never listen, or I missed you. That intense emotion is showing you that intense need for that connection with you. So those could be some indicators. What are some universal trauma-invested relationship enhancing strategies? Saying good morning, just so simple, going back to that first 7 seconds, right? How many of you have a ritual in your classrooms with your kids every day that you just kind of really try to connect? That's great. Smile, I love this. When is 17 greater than 34? When you smile. Anybody want to take a stab at why this is? What was that? I heard teeth and I was like, what? Yeah, it's actually about muscles. You want to share? Do you know? Right, so it takes 17 muscles to smile and 34 muscles to frown. So you actually have to put effort into frowning. So if you think about it, a smile is so much nicer and so much easier on your part, right? Ask questions. Kids love to know that you've noticed things about them or you want to know things about them. Even pretend that you want to know things about them. You may not be into Pokemon Go, but you're going to sure ask them about what's their score or their streak or this or whatever it is. You're going to talk to them about some of the things that are going on in their life. And then, of course, that leads to then listening, saying their name, of course, the power of a name. Saying something kind about them, just like Pete said. He tried to pick out something, hey, new shoes, I like those, or did you get a new backpack or a new haircut? Really be specific. Giving those high fives, hugs, handshakes. Whisper wish. How many of you have heard of this strategy before? So I love this strategy. So you could start your day in your classroom, or you can do this one-on-one with a student. It works in either way. And you can just say, today, I wish that you, or I wish each of you will, and fill in the blank. It could be for students to express kindness, or I wish for you to make a new friend today, or talk to someone new, or I wish for you to follow directions on the first time given, or finish the assignment, whatever it is. And then at the end of the day, you just simply ask, did my wish come true for you today? And then they can give you that feedback. Well, no, your wish didn't come true, or yes, it did come true. And so that can kind of create a space of dialogue. So just a simple little my wish for you. And it's just putting it in a different language that's not so maybe direct or can seem strict or anything of that nature. Work as a team, absolutely. Anytime you can create team building activities in your classroom where they're working with you, they're working with one another, that is an awesome relationship enhancing strategy. And at the end of the other one is offer tangibles. And there is an example in our reading, 86 and 87, if you want to go there. And this is just an example of a second grader who depended heavily on her teacher for regulation. This is Chrissy that we're going to meet here. So I'm at the top of 86, their second paragraph. Chrissy was a second grader who depended on her teacher for regulation. If her teacher was right there, Chrissy did great. But when the teacher separated from Chrissy, Chrissy would become distraught, shut down, and at times become so disruptive that she needed to be removed. How many of you have a Chrissy in your classroom? Okay. Chrissy's teacher knew that her home life was unsafe and unpredictable, and she was thankful that Chrissy felt a connection to her. In my consultation with the teacher, we brainstormed a way for her and Chrissy to maintain connection even when they weren't next to each other. So the teacher gave Chrissy a piece of soft felt and said, Chrissy, I know how important it is for you to be next to me, and I know how safe it makes you feel. I also know that when you are feeling safe, you are learning, which is your job. I am so proud of the successes you have made this year, and I am so grateful to be your teacher. We have spent enough time together now that I hope you believe that I care for you. I think it's time that we help you start to trust that. I also need to have you learn to share me with the other students. They have allowed us to spend more time together because they know how much you need me. It is time for me to give some of that love to others in the class too. So I got you this piece of felt. This represents my hugs to you. Whenever you are missing me or worried I don't care, I want you to rub that felt and know I am with you. Do you think you can do this? So thankfully, Chrissy agreed to try, and every time the teacher sensed Chrissy's increasing anxiety from being away from her, the teacher would simply rub her fingers together, cueing Chrissy to rub the felt. The teacher would always circle back when she could to provide reassurance to Chrissy, and over time, the teacher was able to increase the duration of their periods of separation. So here's the great moment. 10 years later, Chrissy stood on a podium at her high school graduation ceremony as valedictorian of her class. As she started to give her speech, she held up a piece of felt and said, I am here today because of this, because someone in my life cared enough to love me through my hardest times and believed enough in me to help me trust and be successful. I have had this felt since second grade and have kept it with me to remind me that I am lovable, that someone wanted to hug me even when she couldn't. This felt has gotten me through some tough times. I've carried it with me everywhere and slept with it under my pillow. And I share it with you today to remind our teachers that their care for us matters. Thank you for caring. Wow, I don't know about you, and I love that story. And we may not know the 10 years down the road. I mean, that's great, and I'm so glad that Kristen could share that in her book, because it just reminds us how important it is, because sometimes we don't know. I always say, teachers, we're like farmers. We're planting seeds and we may never see the harvest, but it's there, right? And we hope that other people come along and water those seeds. And for Chrissy, that teacher cared enough to really kind of look at her needs in a different way and help her build, right? Did she lower expectations for her? Nope, she didn't. Did she try to build capacity for her to trust herself and to kind of be on her own? Yes, and she did that. And it really impacted her life. Do you think that teacher knew that that would happen 10 years later? No, not at all. But it did, and that's amazing. So relationship, we know the importance of relationship for our students. We know that we need to use this as a big intervention, just tier 1, right? There's things we can do tier 1 to build relationships. So what we're going to do now, this is going to be our first round, so I want to talk you through this about 9:30. So what we're going to do is about 3 minutes after I get done explaining, we're going to break off. You're going to find your groups, and this is going to be the group that you work with the rest of the day, okay? So I want you to find elementary folks. You kind of go in groups of 4 or 5. Middle school, go in groups of 4 or 5. And high school, same thing, groups, a small group of 4 or 5. It might be 3 or 4, it might be 5 or 6. I will leave it up to you. You are grown adults and professionals. You can figure that out. And so I know that this room is a little echoey, and I don't know in the live stream rooms how it is for you if you guys want to also follow suit with what we're doing. But when you get into your groups, you are more than welcome to take your group into the snack room that's right behind us. A group can go to the big conference room down the hall. If your group wants to go sit under a tree outside, you're more than welcome to do that. You can stay in here as a small group and complete this activity. But when you get into your groups, step 1 is going to be to go to the page number. So elementary folks, you're going to be on page 88, middle on page 97, and high school on page 106. In your small groups, again, you need to designate a timekeeper. And then I also want you, all of you can do this, or one of you can do this, where you kind of draw your tier, a triangle, and have tier 1, 2, and 3. Because when you get to step 3, this will make a little bit more sense. But what you're going to do in step 2 then is read the scenario, and there's a couple of sections. It's like reading the scenario, and there's a couple different headings on, you know, digging deeper, finding out more questions, evidence, things like that. So read everything that goes with the scenario. Then what Kristen does is she has a perspectives section. So looking at that scenario, she breaks down what's the student's perspective, what's the teacher's perspective, what's the support staff's perspective, leadership perspective. I want you to focus on the teacher perspective. So read through that. You can go back and read the other perspectives later. And then you're going to read the build a plan section. She gives you that already and goes through the tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 supports. So that leads us then to step 3, because your scribe in your group is going to write down those interventions that she describes at each of the levels, and then you're going to aim to try to add 1 or 2 more if you can as a group to those interventions. Maybe try to aim for 1 in each tier level of what would be applicable to your school site. So does that make sense to you guys, how we're going to do this project? Is that clear? Any questions on how we're going to do this? So what we're going to do, it is 9:30. We are going to stop the group discussions at 10, and at 10:05 we need to be back in our rooms as a whole group, okay? Sound good? So go ahead, break off into your groups, find your location. You'll turn, you might want to go ahead and turn to your page that you need. Live stream groups, I'm going to turn off and I'll turn back on at 10:05. I just scratched myself.
I'm gonna ask them before they leave if they would help us by pushing. If they have a rolling chair and they want to help, a couple people want to help us. We want to push those chairs into that hallway that's not being used.
Right.
I think nobody's gonna think that's a fire hazard. And then we're gonna push these tables around the perimeter of the room and let them know. And but that way we're not having to push on the table.
Yeah, no, exactly. I think that's a great idea. All right, let's bring it back. Live stream rooms, are we ready? Bringing it back. All right, in 3, 2, 1, we're coming back. Getting to our places and spaces. I want to hear some feedback from you. Was that helpful to have a scenario? Now, it might have been a unique, and Kristen shares that in her book, that she kind of looks at unique scenarios that you may not necessarily encounter that specific scenario. But was that helpful to look at someone, a child that's the age group you work with, and go through that? Raise your hands if that was helpful to you. Good. What about the tier 1, 2, and 3? Did you like that breakdown of how that looks for your students? Good. Was that helpful to you? I hope it was helpful to you. That's what I really loved. My favorite thing about this book was, okay, we can actually visualize and how it would apply to our school setting, because all the time we're dealing with tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, and all of those pieces, especially when it comes to our, well, all of our students, but even our ESE students before they get to that step, right? So let's wrap up on relationships. Oops. We know that relationships are the foundation. I don't think it was any mistake that Kristen picked this R to be first, right? Because of its importance. Relationships are the foundation. It is we rather than me. If you listen to your language, how often are we saying these are our students, our children, right? Not yours, not mine, they're ours. It's we, it's us. I think a very important question that we all can ask ourselves in any situation we face with our students in our classrooms or with our colleagues in our school buildings is, what can we do to help? When you start asking that question, well, what can we do to help? Or even, what can I? Make it personal. What can I do to help contribute positively to this situation? Our students need us to work together. Our students have plenty of examples of unhealthy relationships. Unfortunately, whether that's in the TV shows they watch or in the video games or the social media that they see, or even within their own homes, remember, you might be that only safe place for a student. You might be that only model or example of how healthy relationships look and act and feel. So we need to keep that in mind. And again, a reminder, be patient. Relationships take time. Authentic relationships take time. So sometimes we have to, create that culture of safety to build that connection. It doesn't mean, though, that our students have experienced it yet. So you might say, well, I'm doing everything I can. Well, yeah, you've created it, but your students haven't experienced it yet. Once they do, you'll see it. It'll be like, bam, just so different, night and day, right? And it's up to us to continue to prove it to them every day. As a teacher, I held myself to the standard of every day is a new day. And I taught high school EBD, and that was rather challenging and had its days. And I was called everything but my name, and I know you guys share those experiences as well. But they knew one thing that my students knew every day is, no matter what happened the day before, today was a new day, and we're gonna move forward. And our students need to know that. I love how Todd Whitaker, he's an educational author, leadership author, and he says, the best part about being a teacher is that it matters. The hardest part about being a teacher is that it matters every day. And that's so true. That's why it's important for you guys. We know we don't get to bring our B game or C game every day. We have to bring our A game every day to the classroom. So we have to make every moment count and be our best, take care of ourselves. Any questions or thoughts on the relationship R that anybody wants to share with the group? Anything? The last thing that I know I can't hear back from the live stream rooms, but was 30 minutes enough to go through all of that, this scenario? Would anybody feel like it's too much? Do we want to shorten it to 20 minutes? I wanted to try 30, so 30 is good? Okay, I just want to make sure. Okay, so responsibility. We are no stranger to this word. Feeling a sense of value and self-worth is incredibly important to our success. If we feel capable and competent, then we are more likely to achieve and push ourselves to try harder. Think about that for a second. You have a student that is extremely challenging, disruptive, misbehaves 4 out of 5 days, sometimes 5 out of 5 days, probably 7 out of 7 days. Every day he comes to school and he disrupts everything. Does he have a sense of responsibility? Probably not. Now connect that to his value and self-worth. He probably doesn't have either one of those. So let's go deeper. Do you think he feels capable and competent? No, other than he knows he can disrupt everything, and he's pretty successful at that. Every day he has to get up and go to a place that is a constant reminder of his failure. I don't know about you, but it would be very difficult for me to get up every day and go back to a place that just constantly reminded me that I'm not good. How would that weigh on your own self-esteem? I fail, I can't do this. Feeling like you have no skills, not even knowing to term it that way. Many of our students every day, they come to school honestly because the temperature's regulated, right? It's cool and it's hot outside, or it's warm and it's cold outside. So they have that piece. They have meals, breakfast and lunch. They know they're at least going to get that. That's why Rita said, your most challenging student, they're never absent, right? Well, because they have needs. They're meeting that basic level Maslow need, right? Food, clothing, shelter. And they know that's the place to get it. So we have to think about, wow, do our kids have that responsibility? Do they feel that internal drive, right, to take pride in their work? No, we have to build that with them. So we can instill this sense of responsibility in our students who struggle with feeling worthy or valuable. And we may not always often associate those two words with responsibility, but I think you're going to see in a moment why they go hand in hand. So responsibility requires patience and understanding, takes a lot of work and consistency. Many families in trauma have learned to look at external factors to determine if something is safe or unsafe, healthy or unhealthy. This external focus, as Kristen says, has deprived them of the opportunity to pay attention to their internal states and gain insight on how they might be influencing their environment. So in kind of layman's terms, basically they're blaming everybody else for what's going on and don't stop to think about how they might be negatively impacting the situation, right? It's everybody else. The school did this, the teacher did that, right? The police officer did this, the mayor did that, you know? All those things, everybody else, not, how might be contributing to this situation? So how do we make sense of this thing called responsibility? Make it happen with our students. Have you ever worked with a student like that that's never accepted any responsibility? It's your fault. You did this to me, right? That victim mentality. I know you can't read it on the bottom, it's kind of blurry there, but basically the mom is saying, I don't think copying and pasting from Wikipedia to do homework is a good idea. I don't think that's right. And this girl says, well, if my teacher gives me homework that can be done by copying and pasting, it isn't my fault, right? So we know our students, right? They kind of can be a little clever sometimes. Let's look at, Kristen outlines a really great example, and it kind of summarizes a little bit of what I just read on the slide, but it says, if I'm a child that lives in a chaotic environment, I have trained myself to heighten my senses, right? Because my brain is wired to survive and not to thrive. So if I'm in a chaotic environment, my senses are heightened and I am prepared for danger because I'm expecting danger to happen. This causes me to engage my downstairs brain, constantly waiting for the next not okay moment because I know it's going to happen. That's my whole life, right? It's chaotic. So if I'm not great at seeing how I might be affecting the outside world because I'm constantly looking at how the outside world is affecting me, I'm not building my sense of responsibility, right? So that is why we need to instill responsibility. Responsibility is more than just doing what the expected is or what we're supposed to do or what we said we would do or checking off a box or checking off the to-do list. Responsibility is so much more than that. It's positive self-concept. Ask your students to describe themselves in 3 words. What would they say? That will tell you right there if they have a sense of responsibility. A sense of efficacy or effort optimism, going, hey, I might fail, but I'm going to keep trying because I know logically that if I keep trying that effort, I'm eventually going to be successful. How many of our students have that sense in them, that effort optimism? I like how she words that. And then sense of capability and competence. If our beliefs feed our perceptions become our reality. Responsible kids feel competent enough to tackle tasks that may be unfamiliar or difficult. Again, these are some indicators here. If you think about your students, if they don't have these, they probably are not responsible. They don't have that sense of responsibility. Belief and control over one's own success. That's another characteristic of defining responsibility. It is up to me concept. Like if I want something, it is up to me. It's not someone else's responsibility. Responsibility is really a mindset and a belief in ourselves that helps us feel that we're in charge of ourselves. That you don't hand over that remote control to someone else to be in control of your emotions or your actions. And then self-reliance. Students persevere through struggles rather than needing someone to rescue them. So being able to self-rely. How many of you have that student that they will sit there until you come over to help them with a task, and they won't have that self-reliance to go on to maybe items they do know to do or assignments they do know that they can complete, right? They don't have that, there's other avenues to pursue type of sense. Ability to plan, problem solve, and organize information. Those are our executive functions. Ability to delay response to stimuli, giving students permission to hit the pause button, taking in information, and then pausing before a response. And that kind of ties into regulation, but that also goes with responsibility. I have a responsibility to hit that pause button because if I don't, other people could get hurt, other people could have uncomfortable thoughts about the situation, others could maybe feel unsafe. Let's read Pete's practice on page 120. He shows us an example of this. During my dozen years or so in the principal's office, I found that most teachers believed in teaching responsibility to our students. I appreciated that this was a priority. I also found that they tended to default to one of 2 simple strategies that I refer to as homework and pencils. Let's start with the homework strategy. You know the one, a teacher assigns homework, and if the student completes and submits it, that student has learned responsibility. If not, the teacher must reinforce the importance of learning this skill through the administration of a consequence, usually punitive. As a principal, I often had students referred to the office for not completing their homework. Naturally, I asked them what could possibly have been more important for them to do than their homework. Here's a sampling of the responses I got from students. Students were caring for younger siblings, hiding from drunk or doped up family members, walking miles to the grocery store to pick up food for the family, taking on chores or other responsibilities, and participating in sporting events, concerts, clubs, activities, and all sorts of other pursuits. I think there's a perception that kids who don't complete and submit their homework spend the whole afternoon and evening playing video games or Snapchatting with their friends. More often than not, there's a legitimate explanation. So sometimes as teachers, we can, we want to instill responsibility, we desire to do that, so we do it through the avenue of do your homework, right? The other strategy is the pencil strategy. We probably all agree that students should bring a pencil to class, but I found it strange to have students referred to the office for failing to do so. If only we could show empathy for what our students are going through at home, in the neighborhood, and in their own heads, we'd provide that safe, predictable, consistent environment that welcomes students to class, pencil or no pencil. We'd love them for being there and work with them to help them learn. Having a pencil does not make one learning ready, just as lacking a pencil does not make one learning averse. You may have noticed that neither of these two strategies has a place on the list of characteristics that Kristen uses to define responsibility, which means many educators aren't working from the same page. Imagine the confusion for students, staff, leaders, and parents. As my colleague and friend Becky DeFore says, clarity precedes competence. So if we want our kids to be competent, responsible young people, we all of us, especially the adults, need to ensure that we clarify our definitions and expectations and approaches for teaching this crucial R, responsibility. And that is so true. And I know that sometimes in here there's probably a mixture of people that the pencil and the homework is not the thing that is an issue in your classroom, and that's great. We know though across the board, it still is an issue, right? That if we don't do homework, we kind of feel like, well, you're just sloughing off, you're not doing what you should be doing. If you don't bring a pencil, you're not being responsible. When really, again, this is why we have the 3 new R's. Education has evolved. Teaching has evolved. We wear so many more hats now than we have ever worn before. So we can teach this sense of responsibility, showing kids what they need to do, being clear. Again, this goes back to what Pete was saying, being clear in our expectations, making sure that there is clarity so that we can have competence, helping kids understand why they need to do it. Sometimes a kid will ask why. Anybody grow up with a parent, when you ask your parent why, they said, because I said so? Yeah, I had a parent like that, yeah. And it's like, well, no, I just want to know why. I want to be able to understand, not because I want to not do it, I just want to understand why. If everything we are doing is purposeful, then we'll be able to give that explanation. If what we're giving is just, I call it the fluff, right? So the in-between type stuff, then students are going to be like, well, I don't really understand the connection to this. But if we're being purposeful and intentional in our classrooms, we can easily show students the why. Giving students a positive sense of self. That's one way we can also teach responsibility. Getting them to reflect on, what are you capable of? What are your strengths? Teaching them about cause and effect so they can start developing those critical problem-solving skills. If I do this, this could be the outcome, or these several options could be the outcome. And then choosing our words wisely are so important, because you can't unsay something, you can't unyell something, and so we have to remember that. We can apologize and go back and repair, but it probably would be great if we also hit that pause button, right? And teach our students to do that as well. So cause and effect, let's talk about that strategy for a moment. In our example, we saw a huge opportunity to hold students accountable. Oops, I want to make sure I didn't miss something. All right, so it takes 2 to tango. Have you heard this before? Helping students to see they might have contributed to a disruption, right, is key. So here's our example right here. The recess bell rings. Student A runs into student B while lining up to go in from recess. Has that ever happened on your playground, right? Every day. Student B turns around and shoves student A. Hey, probably says some words too, right? Knocking him to the ground. Student A then begins to cry. This is typically when the teacher has turned around to notice what happened, and student B is sent to the office. So in the example, we see that there is a huge opportunity to hold both students accountable, actually, if we look at it. Oftentimes, as teachers, we're intervening on the tail end there, and all we see is the shove and then student A crying. We didn't see that student A was, flailing about, running into the building and knocked over student B or ran into him. So now we have an opportunity to hold both of them accountable. So we could talk to student A about being mindful of their body space, how do we come in from recess, all of that. Talking to student B, hey, I'm going to give you permission to hit the pause button. Somebody runs into you, yeah, that triggers you to go into your downstairs brain because they're both caught off guard, right? And student A cries because he's caught off guard that the other one turned around and punched him and shoved him to the ground. So really holding both students accountable is key. And Kristen goes much deeper in the book on words you can use in that scenario and how that might sound with both of those students. Words are very powerful. I think we all know that. The old saying, sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. We know that's not true, right? Because words do stick with us. Words sometimes often can impact our systems of meaning, right? We take to heart sometimes what someone says to us when really we should just let it drop and not let it stick to us. And with our students, it's the same way. They're powerful. So when we use and versus but, when we are talking, that would be one area or an example of being mindful of our words. The word and, when you say and, invites us with connection and partnership. But when someone says but, right, the intention focuses that, well, yeah, but we can do this better, right? It kind of sends that message if you think about that. So don't be a yeah, but person. Well, yeah, but, right? We want to intervene and put or replace it with and. So here's an example of that. I get that. I get that you're trying to help, but that is not what I need right now. Now let's say it with the word and. I get that you were trying to help, and that is not what I need right now. So you're communicating positively. I see what you're trying to do, and it's not, being very helpful to me at this moment, right? Do you hear the difference between using those two words, the but and the and? How many of you like having conversations with people and you share them and they're like, well, but, right? You're like, okay, here it comes, right? Like they're not really listening to me. They're not understanding or validating what I'm saying. Here's some more examples of the but versus and. I see that you are frustrated, but throwing a book isn't going to help the situation. We'll say it again with and. I see that you are frustrated, and throwing a book isn't going to help the situation. See, just that one word. I never really kind of thought about that before reading this section of the book. I'll be transparent with you. I was like, that really makes sense. Even as a parent, I'm like, how oftentimes do I say, well, but, yeah, but. I think I'm going to try using and, right? I'm going to put that little reminder. I'm a visual, so I like to put little reminders on my desk or my fridge. So maybe just putting that but and on your kids will ask you, what does that mean? What are you doing? But maybe that little visual of, hey, I need to replace the word but with the word and. Another word, and this kind of goes along with our growth mindset, the word yet is so powerful. You haven't learned that yet, or I haven't figured this out yet. Both convey vulnerability and a willingness to learn. It's our growth mindset. The word yet invites hope. So the word and invites connection. The word yet invites hope for us. So if we can build a more positive language with our students and model that to them, they're going to catch on very quickly and start applying that own positive language to themselves as well. So again, how can I tell if a student has that unmet responsibility need? Remember, responsibility goes deeper than just doing what you're supposed to do. It's deeper than just walking in a straight line or asking permission to use the restroom or, not throwing your chair, things of that, finishing your homework assignment. It's more than that. If you have a student that craves control, they probably need a strategy to build responsibility. A student who seeks predictability. Do you have that kid who melts down because something is changing in the school day and they weren't prepared for it? Absolutely. Have fractured interpersonal relationships. Look at the relationships they have with their parents or their caregivers or their siblings. That's going to be an indicator that they need that responsibility and probably relationship need met. Do you have students who engage in negative self-talk and then use the exit strategy, which means they get removed or remove themselves? So kids who don't have a sense of responsibility, they use what we call the exit strategy. I'm getting out of here, either mentally by shutting down or physically by removing myself, or I do things to get removed from the classroom. So here are some examples of universal trauma-invested responsibility before we go into our next 30-minute collaborative brainstorm. We can say yet. We can teach our students to say yet. I'd encourage you, there's tons of growth mindset phrases that you can go out there and print and put around your room, and some of you probably already have some of those things in your classroom. Provide clear expectations and rubrics. That is a huge, because you can go back to that, right? If a kid does not meet the standard on an assignment or something or a expectation in the classroom, That's your foundation. You go back to that. Well, hey, what's our value or what's our expectation in our classroom? I had a friend long time ago back in college. She was so upset because she was doing so great in a class, and she follows the rubric to a T, and she was just so very black and white. Well, the teacher took something off of her paper because it was some kind of grammatical thing or something. And my friend, and of course, you're fresh out of high school, so you're like, oh, that was not on the rubric. That was not this professor. And she was like ready to take her to task on it. And anyway, when she went and met with the professor to kind of explain, like, well, that wasn't on the rubric and I didn't see that and it has nothing to do with the content of the paper. I mean, she was like, had all of her bullet points of argument, lined out. The professor goes, well, that's just an understood. Everybody should know that that's part of, writing a paper at this level. And so it was a lesson learned for her, like, yeah, I guess you're right. It was one of those dumb idiot moments that we've all had. But at the same time, it goes back to, if we want something, we need to make sure we've been clear about expecting it to. Don't always just assume that it's an understood expectation with your students. Setting goals, create action plans, and monitor progress often. Our students don't know how to do that. There's many adults who don't know how to do that. Set a goal, write it down. How are you going to get there? Like a SMART goal. What are you going to do daily, weekly, monthly? And then how am I going to check in and monitor progress? Letting students choose where to work. How many of you already have like modified seating in your classroom? I know that's been a really big thing. There's a lot of research behind that. This goes along those same lines. Having a space where they can work on the floor, they can work at a table, they can work in a bean bag or on a ball, different little nooks they can work in the classroom. Help students identify their optimal place for learning. So it's not just about, well, what's the cool place to sit that they can take a nap. It's no, where's your optimal place for learning? When you guys were going to school or have ever had to study for something, do you have your own like study space, where you read the best, right? Or you work the best, right? Everybody has that space. So we have to help our kids find out where do they learn best in the classroom. It's not always in rows, right? Then we go to 5, assigned seating. So some kids don't know where they work best yet, and so maybe for them the best place is they need an assigned seating. So 4 and 5 are kind of interchangeable. They're really kind of opposites, but both do work. It just depends on the student. Teaching grit. We've heard this word grit, just being able to persevere through an activity. So maybe start with something that's non-academic. You might go out and practice jump roping. Who can do the most jump ropes, in a row? And you might have a student who's never jump roped before and they never have mastered that. And so teaching them to keep trying, right? Maybe you have a student who struggles with taking turns or getting along. Have them pair up with a buddy and play a card game. You might want to pre-front load the other student that, hey, we're trying to help him learn how to take turns, right? So you might want to do that. Assign jobs in the classroom, forecast changes, those transitions or anything that's going to be out of the ordinary would be very helpful to let those students that struggle, who need that predictability, help them know that, hey, there's going to be a change. Attend to cause and effect, so teaching them, right, takes 2 to tango, what's my part in this? And then use positive self-talk as well. All right, so now we are at our second collaborative time, and we're doing good because I wanted about a half hour of speaking and a half hour of you guys working. So it's 10:35. I don't think I need to go through, get back in your same groups, do the same thing we just did this morning. So at 11:05, your time needs to be up, and at 11:10, we need to be back in here, okay? Great, so have at it. Am I good? Hello, live stream rooms. Are you there? I can't hear you, but I hope you can hear me. All right. What grade level was that, ma'am, that you and I were just talking about? Elementary. So in the elementary scenario, how many of you had that? Okay, and in the live stream rooms too, I know I can't see your hands, but we had a really great discussion. I had a discussion with one of the groups going through the elementary scenario, and basically the conclusion, and if I mess up what you said, feel free to correct me, but basically the conclusion was, wouldn't have just sitting down with that student and kind of front loading, I care about you, I love you, I care enough about you, I have to make the call of talking, talking to and making the report because that's my legal responsibility, and really just kind of having that dialogue with that student, going back to your relationship with that student, right? Rather than all those other pieces unfolding. How many of you agree or had some of those similar discussions? Okay, so you're in good company too, right? And that is absolutely probably the best way to handle that. I would be devil's advocate. I'm not in Kristen's mind. I'm not the author of these scenarios in this book, but I'm wondering if maybe she poses some things because number one, she has seen it somewhere where probably what unfolded in that scenario has happened in her experience and in her observation, unfortunately, where not everybody thinks about being transparent and having that real conversation up front. And then secondly, maybe she is leading us on that trail to come to that conclusion, hey, I've got to go back to my relationship with this kid, right? Yes, ma'am.
I will say I've had this happen to me before, and I tried that. And the child went home to the parent.
Mm-hmm. I'm coming to you because of
this is what has happened,
mm-hmm.
but got it all mixed up and wrong.
Mm-hmm.
So then I had a parent that was mad at me twice. Because my kid came home and said, da-da-da-da-da-da, and then DCF ends up on my doorstep. So I'm a little hesitant to go that route again.
Of telling the child that you have to do that, yeah. So that's another.
I always tell them, I have to keep you safe, that's my job.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But to go as far as saying I'm going to make the call to a first grader.
So let's take in age, right? Maybe a conversation with a fifth grader is going to be a little different than a first grader. So live stream, I don't know if you heard that we were talking about, yes, front loading that student might send that student home and into telling the parents and causing a panic. All right, any other thoughts or questions? Yes, ma'am.
Why did the teacher not call and make contact with the parent that, hey, I spoke to your child and he brought this up. I need to let you know that since it was brought to my attention, I need to refer him on to the counselor.
So the question is, why didn't the teacher talk to the parents about making the call? I don't know. I mean, I think that, again, goes back to your relationship with the family.
Well, it doesn't say that the teacher even knew about it.
Right.
It says to talk to the counselor. Right. And if he's already had a weekly counseling sessions, the teacher may not know anything.
So in that case, yeah, the teacher may not even be aware.
The teacher just maybe was acting out.
And
right.
Not only that, but we do not refer to the counselor. We are the reporters. We are legally held responsible to do our own reporting. And whatever comes to us firsthand must go forward firsthand, not through someone else. Not that you wouldn't let your counselor know.
Mm-hmm.
I always let my principal, my vice principal, my counselor know what's happened, but I am the one that's legally held responsible for that report, no one else.
Yep. And that's a great point to bring up, that we as the teacher, we are responsible. Now in the scenario, correct me if I'm wrong, right? The teacher didn't know what was going on. She just referred the student to the counselor to, hey, I need some support. That's when it unfolded, right, of what was going on. So the teacher really didn't know. So really at that point, when that warm handoff was happening, the teacher didn't have an obligation at that point to make a call because she was not aware. But you are exactly right. You have to follow your district policies and procedures and what the law says, that we are those mandatory reporters, so we do not pass that off to someone else. So great point. Thank you for bringing that up. Any other thoughts on responsibility before we conclude?
Let me just clarify. I thought that as a teacher, if you were reporting something that you could not call the parent, that you just have to go directly to DCF.
And so that would be, I'm going to refer you to your district policies and procedures because I cannot speak to that tune. Yeah. But if you have that thought, I would encourage you to get the definitive answer.
Share that with your principal or your counselor, but you don't know.
Right. So the thought is I want to let the live stream rooms know that so that they can research that as well, finding out the district policy on if you can call parents or not call parents if you have to call DCF. Yes, sir. Oh, go ahead and then.
I don't, whether you're supposed to or not supposed to, the question is, I don't see the benefit in calling a parent and putting a kid's stage because you're going to call a parent, hey, your child's report something that sounds like sexual abuse, just so that you know. I mean, what are they going to say? Oh yeah, we did that. Oh no, we didn't do that. I mean, I don't see that.
So the question is about the logic of telling parents really isn't there.
And it's not our job.
Right.
It's not our job to judge or question their parenting strategies and parenting skills. That's not what we're here for.
Right.
We're just to look out for the safety of the kid.
Right.
That's what's paramount.
Then that's why we have to follow, that's why we have that protocol of calling DCF, because if the protocol was, hey, let parents know that they're doing something naughty or wrong or violating, that's not the solution, right? So I agree with what you're saying for sure. What, you have a comment?
I had a child, I do bus duty at my school,
Uh-huh.
and I had a child tell me as he was going onto the bus, he was going to kill himself. I told him that since he mentioned that to me, I do have to make contact
Absolutely,
with my
yeah.
principal. And when I went in contact and my principal wasn't there, the deputy was not there, so I spoke to my assistant principal, who for me, I'm the mandatory reporter. I called DCF, and they informed me that had my SRO been on campus at that time, all I had to do was tell him, and then he would have made the distinction as to whether they were going to be called or not. Because she and I pretty much, I said, I'm doing my mandated reporting to you, and you're telling me that I shouldn't.
But the SRO was not an option at that point, so then what was plan B?
My assistant principal told me to make the call.
You did make the call.
And I made the call.
And the call,
And the call, the lady from GCF told me that it was okay to make the call, but further notice, it is supposed to go through my SRO.
right,
So
right.
my assistant principal called the SRO at that time. He later made contact with me. I told him what had happened, and they went to the house. The SRO made contact.
So the child was released to go home, and then the SRO made contact? So we just had
The child was on the bus. I didn't call the child because they was going to a private
Right.
daycare.
Right.
The bus driver heard what I said. She went to her daycare. She reported it there. They had 3 different calls, one from me, one from the daycare, and one from the director.
So that's the good thing. So question is, a child discloses they're going to harm themselves at the bus stop. What do I do? And that is definitely, you report that, but also if your SRO is available to do that. So absolutely, there's so many scenarios and things we can get into with kind of what these elementary, middle, and high school scenarios presented to us. I know we're approaching that noon hour, so I want to keep us moving because we have one more to do. Any other quick tidbits or comments? I thought I saw one other hand. Are we good? Okay, so let's conclude with responsibility. Again, we know that responsibility takes time. You are one person. You have so many hours in a day with all of your students, and I would venture to say that probably all of your students need to enhance their responsibility skills, and so it takes a lot of time. But remember, we are all in this together. We all need responsibility and know that we are there for one another to help each other. Kristen's conclusion to this chapter, and I put a little picture up there, reminded me of trust falls. We all know those, trust falls. Now don't worry, I'm not going to make you get up. No one was like, no, I've never heard of a trust fall. I'm not going to make you get up and do trust falls, so no worries. You can now, you can breathe deeply, a sigh of relief. But it really made me think about how we do trust one another, and we have to have that trust with one another. Our students have to be able to have that trust with us. And so at the conclusion of this chapter, Kristen outlines a really great strategy of We Caught You teams in schools. And the purpose of these teams is everybody knows who's on the We Caught You team. They're there to help both students and teachers in difficult times. That, hey, we're gonna be here for you, we're gonna help you. If there's something that you need to bring to the team, bring it to us. We wanna help you. And I just thought, wow, that's great, because we all, anybody, like I said yesterday, we are one phone call away from things being really just not okay for us in our own lives, right? Trauma is no respecter of persons, economic background, right? Trauma can happen to any of us. And so we need to remember, again, like Kristen says, we are all human and travelers on this journey together. And again, to reiterate, responsibility is more than what we're supposed to do. It is so much more than that. And students need responsibility just like we do. It's that secret sauce to success, really having that sense of self-concept. All right, so our last one, who is that? Right. I love like TV Land or some of those networks that have all that, because I grew up as a kid. You know, I watched those shows with my family and my aunts and my mom. And so how fun. Regulation is all about just be cool, right? Keeping your cool. And although this is our last R that we're going over today, and we probably won't get the full 30 minutes to go through your scenarios, but that's okay. The scenarios are a little bit shorter with this R. This is probably one of the most essential R's, because regulation is the targeted outcome of the other two. Think about it. When we have connection, that's our relationship. We have responsibility, a sense of value and worth and a positive self-concept. We're more likely to be regulated and be in our upstairs brain. So regulation is our targeted outcome. The ability to take in stimuli and manage emotional and behavioral responses accordingly. Regulated students can access reason in their upstairs brain. That is what regulation is. And remember yesterday, if you have a kiddo who's in downstairs brain, they have flipped their lid, you are not going to talk with them. You just need to do this and get them back to safety, because there's nothing you can really say in that moment to get them back to upstairs brain. They're not processing. Processing information and logic happens when our upstairs brain is attached and we're able to access that prefrontal cortex. So our goal is to get in and stay in our upstairs brain. It all starts in the brain, right? Kristen challenges us to look at behavior through this lens, because this is where we can build more empathy, realizing that the behavior that is happening in front of us may be a can't issue, not a won't issue. Think about that for a moment. The behavior you see may not be because maybe a can't issue, not because it's I won't do it. So if you think of those two words, the difference between can't and won't, two very different things. If we can remind ourselves that a student is behaving in the way their brain has been wired, we start asking the question, what happened to a child, which is our trauma-informed, not what is wrong with a child. And if you've not been in a trauma-informed care training, that is the whole basis, is what happened to you versus what's wrong with you, right? If someone comes to you today and say, what's wrong with you? First of all, what do? You're like, what? Am I garbage? I'm defective? Need to go back to the factory, get a tune-up, something, right? But what happened to you leads you to believe what? Yeah, that they care. It's out of your control. Something happened to you, right? When the brain feels safe, we have the production of those awesome chemicals, and that helps us to stay in upstairs brain. What are some of those good chemicals? Any brain experts in here? Serotonin. And yep, dopamine, all those endorphins. Yes, absolutely. When the brain feels unsafe, production of survival chemicals happen to get to the downstairs brain, because now the body's in, I've got to be safe. I got to keep my body safe. So what are those chemicals typically? What's the big one? Cortisol, right? And we know cortisol damages cells in the hippocampus. That is why our learning is hindered, because the hippocampus helps us learn. It's where we store information. Our brains were wired to survive, not thrive. Think about caveman days, right? If I didn't run as a cave woman from a saber-toothed tiger, what was going to happen to me? I'm going to get eaten, right? So my brain, I had to run, get out of there, go to safety. So it's great that we have that, but we have to keep in mind that if we're always in that brain state, we're not going to build our prefrontal cortex. And your prefrontal cortex is like a muscle. You can build it. In another training that I've done, I shared the story about if you worry all the time, you're going to do what more? Worry, right? So the thing that you focus on is the thing that's going to happen more. So if we can not be in our downstairs brain and learn tools to stay in our upstairs regulated brain, the better we're going to get at that. So how can I tell if a student has an unmet regulation need? Typically, students who struggle with regulation cause adults the most angst. Would you agree? Right? Because if you can't be in a regulated state, what are these students doing? Sleeping, yelling, they're running around, ripping up things, right? So, students typically that have trouble with regulation, they fidget, they shut down. Just like we said, they flip their lid constantly. It's an emotional roller coaster, right? They have difficulty with transitions. So what can we do? Now, some of these on here, I will say, I know Kristen shares them in her book. However, if you need like other like OT or PT to kind of weigh in on some of these things, especially the weighted like lap pad or the provide a weighted pencil. So do you guys have to ask OT? Anybody know with that?
In the workshop yesterday,
That's right, you guys had a breakout, yeah.
AT and OT.
Yeah.
In the OT part, like with weighted blankets and stuff,
Uh-huh.
you have to consult OT. You cannot do that on your own, and that
Okay.
means it's a consult.
Okay.
But you can consult, and then before you can act on it, it has to be put into their IEP. So you have
Right.
to have a re-eval.
Okay.
To add OT. OT is always a re-eval.
Okay, so there you go. So provided that weighted lap pad, that is a typo. I apologize. The expectations, that was from our last slide. Play soothing music. That can be very powerful for students. Offer a stress ball or worry stone. And I think I mentioned this yesterday. Did you know that when you focus on an object, you're allowing your body to get back to a regulated state? So the more you rub an object or like fidget with something, the more you're giving your body's permission to regulate. Play catch, build that eye-hand coordination. That automatically starts reducing that stress level. So kids in the middle of a moment, or they're approaching that moment, you might want to see if you can engage them in some eye-hand coordination. Now again, this might go against the grain, because you might say, hey, let's go play catch for a little bit. They think they're getting you, or you might have the perception or assumption that they think they're getting rewarded, but really what you're doing is helping them get back to regulated, so then you can have that dialogue. The dialogue piece is so important once they get back to safety and their upstairs brain. If you don't do that piece, then yes, you are sending that message, oh, when I get dysregulated, I get to go play catch. Does that make sense? The difference between the two? You have to have the follow-up. Let students choose where to work. Again, another strategy that we used in the last under responsibility. Keep students' hands busy. So allow students to doodle, draw on their desks or different things like that, because they are listening to you. You do have some of those students, and you can just test it. Let them doodle, don't redirect that, but then maybe go over to them and have them participate in the class. If they can answer your questions, they are sitting there listening to you. They're just needing to doodle or to draw or to have something going on in their hands. Yes, ma'am?
Pick, so they pick their paper apart, or then they pick on their skin, and it was just a tick, a nervous thing. It didn't mean that they were more nervous or anxious than other times, but I took the little Velcro dots that are the male side, so they could stick That gives them something sensory. They sat underneath the desks, and this last year, a couple of kids were like, "Why is this underneath the desk?" And it had been from like 4 or 5 years ago. So one little dot sticks, but that gives them a sensory something underneath the desk, so that it isn't a distraction type thing. Because a lot of times, well, not just that, but a lot of times, if you give them a squishy ball, for stress, then it goes to 2 hands, or then it becomes a projector across the room. I mean, it's
Yeah.
that's too much, because some kids, if they touch that, you can use the female side, which is the soft side,
Right.
and it's a Velcro dot.
That's awesome. That's a great idea. Thank you for sharing that. Awesome. I love it. On page 159, it's important that any tools and strategies that you implement in your classroom, you front load your students with it. You have to teach them. Again, we can't assume or expect they know how to access those tools or they know how to use them. So on 159, she gives like this long example, and I would encourage you to read through it. I don't know that I would choose as a teacher for my example to be as long and wordy as hers, but read through it on page 159 and 160 on how she kind of approaches these tools with her students. And again, you might have to have a time where you introduce the tools, let them play with them, figure out what they like, what works for them, and then kind of build their own little regulation toolbox, if you will. Offer brain breaks. Again, another page number you might want to earmark is 163. She gives several ideas of what brain breaks might look like. So it might be yoga, it could be rock, paper, scissors, thumb wrestling with your partner, maybe your table mate or your desk mate. So just a lot of great brain break ideas that are a little bit different. Some of them I hadn't really thought of or considered as a brain break, if you will. So 163 and 164, I want you to earmark those pages as well. So now we're going to, it is 11:31. You're going to get back in your groups for the last time. We are only going to go 20 minutes. So at 11:50, we'll say 19 minutes, let's come back together and then we're going to wrap up. We are at the very end, so go through, read your scenarios, talk about your regulation strategies and interventions. And if you need me, feel free to snag me. I just don't want to interrupt your discussion. Hey, live stream rooms, we're coming back, so let's get ready. We have just a few minutes before lunch. And don't forget, at the conclusion, when I'm done speaking, come on over to the main room before you leave for lunch. I do want to highlight a couple of things on the regulation note. Zones of regulation is a great curriculum to use if you need something with your students to teach that regulation piece. So I encourage you, if you do need something that is curriculum-like in nature for your classroom, to use the zones. I have seen the zones, though, implemented on a one-on-one or even small group, as well as the whole group or whole class instruction. So if you need a specific curriculum, that's one of them that you could access, and that's with the what's over on the wall there, and then the 5-point scale and things of that nature. But I hope the scenarios have been helpful to you to really look at, and that, again, the tier 1, 2, and 3 I think is so valuable. We need those reminders, right, of tier 1's for everybody, and of course we have those students that bubble up and need tier 2, but keeping, begin with the end in mind, if you will. If you begin with the end in mind with your students, that it's about intervention to hopefully get them back to tier 1, that's where we need to be. It doesn't need to be a direct pathway to tier 3, and I'm just going to say it, EBD classroom or things of that nature. And I lived it as a teacher. It was like, if we could just have the exit strategy with this kid, if we could just move them to this unit or to this school, or whatever the exit strategy is, that was going to be the magical fix-all. We know kids do need some separation. We know that sometimes we need a clean slate or we need a breather. We got to take care of ourselves. But with tier 1, 2, and 3, respectfully, we need to keep in mind that it's not just a checklist to get to that ESE or whatever the case may be. But we know that happens. That's why I say it. I lived it, so I get it. So we really need to really intentionally look at those supports as a way to intervene. Early intervention is the best. We know that. The earlier we can intervene with a kid and bring our kids to our MTSS teams, the more increase of success that we're going to see with them. So let's conclude today with this saying, not perfect and enough. And I'm going to read directly from the conclusion of what Kristen shares in her book. She has a great conclusion. I'm not going to read all of it to you, but I am going to share this story where she came across this saying, this phrase, not perfect and enough. A while back when I was walking on the beach between writing sessions, I came across the words not perfect and enough etched into the sand. Should I have been surprised to find such deep philosophical musings in the place where I find my greatest peace and psychological flow? As I read it, I thought, this is the perfect idea to end this book. It sums it up just right. As professionals in the education and caregiving arenas, we work hard. The struggle is real, and the challenge to maintain a reasonable and healthy work-life balance can be overwhelming. Many of us fight this battle daily. When are our efforts good enough? Compounding the issue is grief. I see grief as a powerful, prevalent influence in education right now. Grief from seasoned staff members who mourn that teaching used to be, or what teaching used to be, and who struggle with changes in expectations and student populations and behaviors. I see grief in new staff members who are struggling to accept a reality of teaching that is far different from what they fantasized it would be. And you know what? We have a right to grieve and to not be okay, or to be not okay. And we need to avoid getting stuck there and caught up in what was or what should have been. I am here to remind us of the fact that we may not be perfect and we are enough. We need to see ourselves with the same potential that we attribute to our students. It's essential that we view one another, not 70%, but 100% of us, with the capabilities to be awesome. We are all working hard to achieve and provide the very best we can for those we work for and with. It is important that we do our best not only for ourselves, but also for our students and our families. And so with that said, in that conclusion, it's such a great reminder that we are doing great things. We're working hard. We have to take care of ourselves, and our jobs are valuable and meaningful, even when it's in the darkest days and we're struggling and we just don't even know why we're even doing what we're doing. I challenge you to remind yourself why you're doing what you're doing. Why did you get into education? Because it's ever evolving. Education that we see today, in 10 years, in 20 years, in 30 years, it's going to look so much different than it is now. And so are we allowing ourselves to be gracious with one another, especially ourselves, and to work as a team? And Kristen, in her conclusion, outlines 2 very important strategies that I think, as we conclude today, need to remember, because stress is inevitable, change is inevitable. So we need to remember, go home, right, at the end of the day, not at 7:30, 8:30, 9 o'clock at night. Go home. You will always have work to do. There will always be an email. There will always be a phone call. Your inbox will always have something in it to do. So stop. Find that stopping point that you feel comfortable with, your family feels comfortable with, and go home. The second thing she says is to share the load. We are all in this together, and so we have to lean on one another and not go into our islands of our classrooms and close our door and survive for the next 10 months, right? We need to lean on one another, collaborate, use each other as a support team, and I hope you all have that. A great idea, if you feel like you don't have that or you have forgotten who that is, come up with your square squad. How many of you heard of that technique called the square squad? So get a 1 inch by 1 inch piece of paper. It's very small, isn't it? Square. Write down the names of people that you trust, you consider their input or advice in your life to be valuable. Obviously, there's not going to be room for too many people on that piece of paper, but those are the people that you value. Let them know that they're part of your square squad. And put that somewhere in your wallet, on your dresser, that those are the people that when you get to that place that, oh, I just need to vent or I need support, I'm gonna call them. I heard that strategy the other day and I thought, that is so profound, your square squad. So I hope all of you have 1 inch by 1 inch little pieces of paper by your bed tonight with the names of those people that you can trust and are valuable to your life. Let them know that they're valuable to you. And I hope that you have a fantastic start to this school year. I'm so glad that we had this institute right before school started, because now we're kind of hopefully recharged. We're ready to go back. We've got to sleep in, stay in our pajamas all day if we wanted to, right? And just make some great memories. So I really am wishing you all the best, and thank you for letting me come in here and spend time with you yesterday and today. It was really a lot of fun to see all of you and to be with you. So thank you. I did. There you go. You just hold it.
Okay, so do we have the other group? If they can come on over?
Come over, yep.
And while we're waiting on that, can we just give Rochelle a round of applause? I mean, I really enjoyed this. It was great. It's always great. And on your little piece of paper on your bedside stand, write my name down. I want to be on that square piece of paper, or your behavior person at your school. You know, and we want to be there and help you guys. If something resonated with you today or yesterday in one of the breakouts, but you aren't really sure how to put it into place, or you want some help with it, you know, reach out and call us, and we want to make time for you. We want to support you. Something else I was going to say.
You have a question? Is it my understanding you were going to be working at Walker? Is that what you had said?
So I am. And I was like, wait, when did I tell you this? It was at the training yesterday when I was talking about the curriculum. I'm going to be helping Walker this year put that curriculum into place, Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3. So I'm going to be over there a lot. But I actually am assigned to most of the North End schools in Crestview. And then Matt, that did the data workshop, he has some of the Fort Walton schools. Rochelle Maddox, who was not able to be with us, she's almost as pregnant as Heather Willis-Doxey, that was here with us yesterday. So she's got some of the Fort Walton schools as well. Crystal, that helped me, was up here with me yesterday and is in the other breakout room. She was a behavior specialist, but she's actually going back into the classroom, into an EBD classroom with you guys at Walker, and so there'll be a new person for her position.
But you're primarily the North End, is that
I'm primarily the North End, so I mean, I guess to be clear, though I'm saying just reach out to me because one of the behavior analysts is about to go out on maternity leave, and another one just left. So probably it'll be Matt or I that are supporting y'all until we can get back staffed again.
May I tell them about cards?
And please.
Because the breakouts have hurt me, so.
Oh, okay. You don't need this because
No.
the breakouts have hurt you.
So the breakouts, heard me yesterday, so I apologize.
Okay.
I want to tell you about
Brenton go
cards
put his glasses
that I'm
and stuff.
a
Tell me what to do as it is.
for autism and related
Both of those names, I am the same person. I just got married, and I just switched my name over. So I am a grant program, and CARD has been around for 25 years. There are still teachers and parents who do not know about us. We provide free services in the classroom, in the school, in home, at churches, community